Alrighty then, boys and girls, good morning. Good morning, good morning. It's time to play some factories. I enjoyed this game a lot yesterday. I played this game a little bit off stream even yesterday. Oops, bad me, I know. I was meant to play this entirely on stream, but it was fun. Should we have a little bit of a look at where we got to? Shall we, shall we? How are we all doing though, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. We have our green little robot man. I thought it would be quite cool if the background image here was of your own factory, but it's not. I wonder if they will make that a thing somehow, possibly. For screenshot purposes, YouTube thumbnail purposes, I'm sure there's going to be some ways to do that, I guess. Catching up on the VOD, I slept most of stream yesterday. Anyway, try some Minecraft next. Hey, well, I hope you're feeling better. Some sleep usually does wonders. If not, keep up the resting. Modded Minecraft has been on my list for quite some time. I just need to I need to take assistance of somebody that knows how it all works to point me in the right direction on that one at some point. We'll see. The schedule's going to be pretty busy for the next few months. I probably, after playing Foundry for a week or so, might not have too much time because we're going to have Panda Remix. We're going to have beta. Once beta launches, my life is going to get very busy very, very quickly because I have lots of plans that all coincide before the War Within even launches. Then, of course, we're going to have the pre-patch event for a while. Then the War Within will launch. And presumably a couple of months shortly after that is going to be busy playing the game and figuring stuff out and min-maxing and doing the goblin things and, you know, having fun. So it might not be until sort of November, December time before I have any much desire to play anything outside of World of Warcraft again after this week. But there are some games that will steal my attention later in the year. I already know that Satisfactory is getting its 1.0 release at some point this year. That will be when my desire to go back and have a look at that will get pretty strong. Plus, we also suspect that Factorio is releasing its expansion later on this year as well. So the end of 2024 could get ridiculous, and I have no idea how I'm going to deal with it all. We'll have to make choices, I guess. But for now, we're playing some Foundry, and Foundry is really fun. I had a blast with this yesterday. So much so, there's an element of me that really considered not streaming this anymore. But I enjoy streaming, I love streaming. The reason being is because I think that this is a game that's probably far more better suited to short form YouTube style stuff. That said, the only way I can make the short form YouTube style stuff is by playing the game and getting some experience and actually powering through the game a little bit in the first place. So stream works well for that. Maybe I'm just going to have to do it twice. We'll see. So weird you saying end of 2024 and feeling like that's a long way away, only to look at the clock and realise it's a few months. We're already, we're in the 5th month of the year now. We're in the 2nd third of 2024 already. Factorio 2 will remove a few months of life. Yes, it's the only thing, it's probably the only thing that is going to heavily pull me away from World of Warcraft this year, I think. Factorio's expansion is like Satisfactory 1.0 will be cool, but nowhere near as cool as Factorio releasing its expansion. Factorio's expansion release is probably almost as high on my desire list as the War Within, if I'm brutally honest right now, because I know what the War Within is going to provide us for the most part. What I don't know and what I haven't looked at is just the intricacy details of Factorio's expansion, but I'm excited all the same. I'm excited. Should we have a little jump in though? Should we jump in? Should we see where we got to? Load game. Steam Factory, that one I guess. Claims I've played for a total of 5 hours and 4 minutes. I think it's actually, that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. Although I did only stream it for a few hours yesterday. Right, it's not beautiful yet, or at least I don't consider it beautiful, but we had our little, to give people a catch-up, for example. We mined up some ore yesterday. We mined up some, what do you call it? I can never remember the names of these ores. The blue ore. Blue ore is which one? Which one is the blue ore? Techno ore. We farmed up some techno ore. We got that put in some smelting system. We got a little smelting array for this on the go, which turns it into techno rods. So we got a supply of techno rods. I need to fix this actually. It was never intended for the bus to run from the storage. Or it wasn't initially designed for the bus to run from the storage. Maybe it's fine to do so on this. No, I don't want it to run from the storage. I've just realised why that's a terrible decision. I have realised why that is a terrible decision. If we put it there, we can always funnel from... Now, why did that... Here we go. I want it to predominantly fill the storage thing so I can at any point come along and grab a whole bunch of this if needs be. Right, that's feeding to the bus. We'll talk about the bus in a minute. We've replicated the same over here for the other ore, for the ferret ore. Ferret ore is doing its thing. Our little fellas are off doing some mining. They're taking that out. They don't have much of a range, these things, so we're going to have to build around these nodes. Might be something we look at doing today. Same scenario, we've got ourselves a little smelting array for this stuff, which is going into producing ferret plates, which are going in this storage container right now. I've got the same problem, haven't I? I don't want it pulling straight from the storage container. The point of the storage container is that I can come along at any moment and go yoink. Connect those up. This is meant to be a personal storage container for me, not for the bus. And we have our first ore supply, or what would be referred to more so as coal by other people. Red coal. Same scenario. Mining it up. It's kind of scaring me just how much of this there doesn't seem to actually be. We might need to figure that out. We might need to find a better supply for this before too long, as I reckon this is going to run out at some point, and then I'm going to cry. And our little miner dudes are doing minor things. And this is being split off many different ways at the moment. This is something I might change. I have decided, fuck it, we're doing one big power grid. I was talking through some of the possibilities yesterday of doing separated power grids for separate things, and I'm like, nah, we're going to do one big power grid. It seems to be that there is a low voltage and a high voltage power system. Your low voltage stuff can be, you know, you can, if you are building one factory here and another big factory somewhere else, you can have localized electricity in that regard. But for the most part, I'm going to have one system, I think. Then, I know it's nighttime right now, and it's going to mean that you can't see it very well. This is then what I did off stream yesterday. I was trying to figure out how to do a bus and how to split off the bus and how it not look gross. And I decided that elevating the bus one level is the play, right? That's the play, I think. Elevate the bus one up and have one gap between each run. In Factorio mode, you would stack 3 or 4 belts wide and then have a 2-belt gap. You have to remember there's verticality in this game. You don't have to build everything flat. So each resource coming in doesn't ever need more than 1 belt width, because in theory, if you need more at some point, you just build another run on top of it, and you merge the two together and you split off. So you don't need to go wide, you can go tall. That's the plan, at least. Hopefully leaving a gap space between will make it easy to navigate that. But then I did this. Little bit of the starting area. It's difficult to see because I can't really get high enough to showcase properly. Boy, oh boy, do I want a jetpack. We have to do some parkour. But I put this together last night off stream, just trying to place some stuff out. These are our 2 starting components. Our machine parts and our wire coils and electronic components. I've decided wire coils are not going on a belt. The reason I've decided wire coils are not going on a belt is because it takes 1 rod and it provides you with 2 coils. So it's not compacting, it's actually multiplying. So it's better to send rods down the bus, and then whenever you need coils, to just quickly turn some coils into rods and then send them on their way again. Much like in Factorio, you usually don't choose to put copper cables or gear wheels predominantly on a belt because there's not really much need. Especially copper coils, because you take 1 copper sheet and you get 2 copper coils out of it. I started to notice a lot yesterday, the similarities. It feels as if it's more than just a casual inspiration that has been taken from Factorio with this. Strong, very, very strong inspiration. Is probably the only way that can be described. But we got these components being produced now, and these are going on the bus. These are going to have their own lanes. And from that, I was like, right, well, we've got to do a bit of research, so let's get the first research in, which is simple. Blue science. Blue science packs is easy. It just takes some machinery parts and some techno rods. So after we got these made, and these are just a raw material, we can bang a bunch of these out. And I think I put 5 down. Did I put 5 down? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So considering they take like 30 seconds each to make, we should be getting 1 every 6 seconds, I think. Which is probably nowhere near enough for like endgame purposes, but it does its job for now. And as you can see, they're stacking up on the belt because I haven't got any research going right now. So let's fix that. Let's get some research on the go. So the goal for me today is to research everything that needs just blue science, unlock red science, and to make a little starter base of commonly needed crafting materials. So I want to automate all of this stuff in here. I want to make sure our conveyor belts of all types are being automated. The loaders, I unlocked the long reach loader. There's a 2nd lane and there's even a 3rd lane loader that turns up later in the game. For getting everything off belts and putting it in your factories. I want to probably don't need to automate biomass burners and biomass generators so much. We can make those as and when we need them. I would imagine, as long as I make sure that I have electronic components, tech rods, ferret plates available to just pick stuff up, we'll handcraft. I don't think I'm going to make us enough of this stuff to warrant automating it. Assemblers I probably want to automate because I also suspect Assembler 1 goes into making Assembler 2 and Assembler 2 probably goes into making Assembler 3. I haven't researched that. But yeah, your basic building materials, if nothing else. The loaders, the belts. I have the building blocks, the foundations automated here already. These are doing their thing because they're just the 2 basic components. Make your plates. And they're being stored. We have a big storage container full of building blocks already. So yeah, I've got some components on a bus, and we need to make a little, what would often be referred to as a mall, or a make everything section. That's the plan for today, and get red science up and running. So if it's Minecraft, Factorio, and Satisfactory had a baby, pretty much. I'm sort of struggling a little bit to see what this game's sort of uniqueness is. It hasn't screamed its uniqueness yet. There's no PvE by the looks of things. You're not fighting against the environment in any way, shape or form like you do quite heavily in Factorio. But of course, many people in Factorio turn that section off, and Factorio offers many other things as well. It seems to be more Satisfactory-esque in terms of its building design and aesthetics, but it's not gone anywhere near as far as Satisfactory. It does more feel like a 3D Factorio right now. But it's cool. It's cool. Maybe some stuff will turn up sooner rather than later that is its kind of its own unique direction. Because if it doesn't have its own direction, it'll just end up being a copy of something else. And if you're just a copy of something else, I'm sorry to tell you, you're not going to beat Factorio at Factorio's own game. You're probably not going to beat Satisfactory at Satisfactory's own game. So it will need to find something. It will need to find something. But okay, stop yabbiting. Let's get some stuff on the go. I think my power is absolutely fine. Let me just double check. I'm using 440 kilowatts out of a 1.8 megawatt potential here. What I would point out though is that I'm not really making anything yet because the science is predominantly backed up. Let's get some research on the go. Research everything, as it will also help me understand just what we need to put in this make all section. Early days, and if I need to, whether I want to like play around with these doors and ladders and lights. I sense a problem for me. I sense the problem being is that I will play it far too much like Factorio, and I will just play flat, and I won't tap into the aesthetic side of it at all. This is why Satisfactory didn't feel as good as it could do for me, because I couldn't care for any of the transmog. You know, making shit look pretty. What looks pretty in my eyes is a well laid out factory in a bus, and if we look at the belt, right, you can already start to see my little factory so far. You can already start to see that, okay, this dude's played Factorio before. I've made a huge error of sending the bus, by the looks of things, straight to the sea. Yeah, that's... we'll see what happens when we get straight to the sea. You might have also noticed, actually, that I elevated the foundation off the floor as well by 1 or 2 steps. That was also a deliberate choice. Right, that gave us... What did that give us? A container. Let's build one of everything we unlocked just so we can see what it looks like, really. A container. So, okay, it is just simply from 2 sides a big storage container. Okay, that is then different in size and capacity to your crate. Your crate is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 slots. This is 8, 16, 24, 32. It's 32. It's 4 times the capacity, but takes up 4 times the floor space. So you could just put 4 of these down anyway, but then this is twice as high. Doesn't really matter, does it? Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter which you use. If having it being see, this is the problem with the container and the crates. There's no logistical side to it. So your logistic container is still the one you're going to want to use, because then you can put... These are kind of just for your own personal stuff. You're never going to have any automation going into these, which kind of makes them a bit of a dud for me. You're just going to use logistics containers all the time. Not to mention, the logistics containers are practically cheaper to make even. But storage space is a limiting factor, I guess. Try limit yourself to a specific area. For like a 2nd or 3rd playthrough, maybe that could be like a forced restriction. But I don't think I want to put any more forced restrictions in play until I've really figured out exactly how everything works. But we will get there. We'll get there. We'll find things. Very satisfactory like with the animation of building stuff. Yes, very true. Yes. That is very true. So, anyway, this is going to be where the make everything section comes. So, we need to build out this a touch more. Because we're likely, what I'm likely to do is merge 2 of these together at the front, 2 of them together at the back, and in between each one have 2 storage boxes. Is that how I'm going to want to do this? Are these 2x2 grids? And then these are, oh, these are 3x3s. So that, I can't easily fit 2 of those in between. Maybe I just want 2 rows. Is there anything that needs 3 things to make? Machinery parts, electronic components. Machinery parts, machinery parts. Machinery parts, electronic components, plus plates. So maybe machinery parts. I need electronic components, machinery parts on one side. And then I need plates to come in on the other side. And I use the long-handed loaders to offload stuff into storage chests. I guess. That sounds like a plan. So if we go... Let's say we want our first belt to go down there. Second belt to go down there. We then have a 6. I need to make some more 7s. A 6 and a 7 on there into an assembler. Then we have, oh, flipping hell. I'm trying to plan this out in my head. What I might quickly struggle to do today is to be as talkative as I usually am. Simply because when I'm thinking, if I'm talking, I'm not thinking. And I might need to do quite some thinking. So what I want here is I want another belt coming in here with the plates on it that can be hoovered up into here. That's an input. Hoover that up into there. And then we're going to have an output 7 there that then goes into, hang on, I'm out of foundations. I'm also really hoping that I quite quickly get to, like, where does the jetpack turn up? I'm already, like, itching for the ability to, like, hover or fly or do something. Jetpack's going to be flipping miles off, isn't it? Jetpack is not until Science 3. Ouch. No thinking, spaghetti build. I have to do thinking. I have to do thinking. Thinking is a necessity. I have to do thinking. Yeah, it could be quite some time until we've got fuel and jetpacks. So we might be on foot for quite some time. Having to rebuild due to poor planning is just more content. It's funny, but it's true. Maybe storage containers can go there. So then we could have these two components going in down that way. It's like a bus off the side of a bus. But what we'll have is this probably doubled up. So what I really want is then to mirror this whole thing on the other side so that we then have this walkway down the middle, probably 2 or 3 tiles wide, with everything just like boom, 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 boom. You know, have a little runway where all our shit just is. That's sort of the plan. The fact that this stretches out so far, I really don't like this, but I can't think of a neater, tidier, more convenient way of doing it. Because also what's likely to happen is that this building is going to share whatever it makes with this middle building. Or actually, thinking about it, I'm thinking that this is the starting point here is probably going to be conveyor belts. So because slopes and balancers both require conveyor belts, if you put the conveyor belt machine in the middle, it can make its belts and it can share it to the 2 buildings next to it. So we want to then have 1, 2, 3, 4. That building goes there. This will actually be the one that makes our belts. That makes belts. It is going to both share its belts. No, I've just realised actually. I want the panel for these to be on the outside there. That's going to be a big frustration, I think, is that there's going to be no way to rotate these things once they're already placed. Now, when sharing something from one to another, there seems almost no easier way to do it than doing this. But I also, at the same time, can't help but feel that makes this whole thing just bigger and wider than it needs to be. It doesn't need to be this wide, does it? If you can take up the width of... You can make it 3. You can make the gap 3 if you really want. Because instead of having these going head to head, you put them side to side. So that would go there as an output. Oh no, sorry, this is actually the way it would go. You'd have that as an output. And then you'd put the belt. You could have the belt there. I mean, you could technically even. I don't know how. Is this going to become the... That then means your buildings could be... only 2 distance apart if you weave it like this. So there doesn't have to be this huge great big gap. That's how you could share the output from one building to the input of the next building in as short a way as possible. Because I hate this 4 gap thing. It seems so stupid. And then all of this can bump up. Okay, we're going to do that. That's how it's going to be. It kind of takes a while when you start playing a game like this to kind of decide what your, how would I describe them? Design principles, I guess, are going to be. How are you going to design things? How are you going to make things sort of, you know, work? Same with the storage solution here, for example. You could do some... So if that's there, this one makes belts. It outputs those belts. One there, one there, one there, and then that there. And then you put another 6 as an input there. And that will steal them and take them into this one. And this one is going to be making slopes. This one will make slopes. So that's going to need... Doesn't actually need... Interestingly, doesn't actually need this. Metal plates and those. And this is going to be making the splitters, which needs the machine parts. Okay, none of this, in fact it's only this one that needs the plates, so maybe the plates do have to come through here, but that means that this one isn't necessary. Plates come through here though. That's actually as far as the plates need to go here, but we're probably going to build things after this as well that also use plates, so we can have that continuously going through all the same. So machine parts and ferret plates. Oh no, this is so ferret plates are going to come on one of these. I haven't actually decided yet. We need to do that output shenanigans again. Output, input. God, I hope that works. It should work. There seems no reason in my mind why it shouldn't work, but, you know, stranger things do happen. So it needs 2 off the other side. It needs both of these. Six and a 7. Okay. My unnecessary level of OCD, because I can't centralise those, means they have to go on the other end. Okay, so this should fill up with belts, it should fill up with ramps, and it should fill up with splitters. In theory. Let's see if it works, shall we? Let's see if it works. Let's plug some materials into it and see if I see. Okay, well, one thing I've definitely messed up is I haven't put some belts in there yet. Why is that not pulling anything? Oh, because that just needs the plates. Okay. Right, so this run is plates. Which are this one. Like such. Incoming plates. Split off the main bus down and across. Happy days. Why does that not? There we go. Split machine parts off onto that run. Then we have once you've done this a few times, it's going to be much more quicker and simplistic to do it. There we go. It literally just comes on and then it's being split off straight away. But either way, okay. It's gone dark, which is not good for aesthetics, but is it all doing a thing? No machine parts. Is this thing hoovering up all the machine parts first? Oh, that's an output. No, you're an input. You're an input. Take your machine parts. Oh, this doesn't have an input for machine parts. That's all that needs, right? Machine parts, plates. Right, you're making belts. You have belts in you. Good. We have slopes in you. We have belts in you. You are still empty. I want you to not say empty. There we go! Splitters, it works. Beautiful. Yeah, not having to think about the left and the right side of the belts is nice. But it does mean, I think, later on in the game, you're going to have to spaghettify. It's, you know, it's nice in Factorio where you can have two things coming on one belt and you can have one inserter that can take both of those two things. It basically makes me think later in the game, if you end up needing 4 or if not 5 things for a single factory, you are genuinely going to have 5 belts going to that factory, which might be something to... might be cause for concern later in the game. But now, that seems to work. That is going to give us stuff. I don't strictly think I'm ever going to need more. I don't know what the stack size is on these. So until I know what the stack size is, let's not... I mean, we're going to need a lot of belts, but I don't think we're going to need so much more of the other stuff. Let's put a stack size limit on there until we know what the stack size is. Because I've never hit the stack size, let's put it that way. Right, but what we can do is continue, because these materials are still here, we can continue down and automate something else. ABC, always be automating. Cars. That's 3 things out of the way. We probably want loaders automated as well, and since they use all the exact same stuff, I see little reason not to just tack those on after the belt stuff on the same run. Plates, machinery parts, electronic components. Plates, machinery parts, electronic components. Yeah, no problems there, I don't think. So we can have 2 more for the loaders. If I can keep to this 2 gap between them, it'll be nice. I've no idea why I've left that empty. Let's fill that in. We have not reached stack capacity yet. Well, we're never going to know what it is at this rate. Yoink, yoink. Yoink. Loaders needs all 3 components. So you need a 6 on here, it's an intake. You need a 6 on here, it's an intake. You need a 7 on here, it's an intake. And then you need a 7 over here, it's an output. Which will be where they come out onto. And I will figure that out in a minute. Aha! Stairs. I guess we can get rid of you now. Oh, you can't get rid of stairs, you have to delete stairs, okay. Hang on. Out of curiosity, does that work? No. You can't belt straight into that. It must go through a loader first. I can't believe I didn't try that yesterday. But so we do have to do this silly shenanigans. Okay, it's fine. Right, loaders. Same again. Let's not forget to limit the containers just temporarily until we figure out stack sizes on these things. And yoink, I will take those straight away. Thank you very much. 7, 30, 15. It's doing its job. It's doing its job. It's getting there. What was this one making? Loaders 2, I guess. Plates, machine parts, electronic components. All three again. So 6 on an in, 7 on an out. A 7 on an in. 6 on an in. Oh, cock. I mean, oh no. Can I not get up there? No, clearly not. Falling off my platform is a problem. You. Keep some stairs with me. So stupid. So stupid. Aha, we're out of storage containers as well. Maybe get them automated too. You still say empty. Maybe there's not enough stuff coming down here yet. Okay, yeah, probably all of this is stealing it right now. All of this is being yoinked. That's not too surprising. It's also to be expected. Let's limit this container before we forget. Okay. Reminds me of Dyson Sphere program with the single lane materials and 1 to 2 range input outputs. Yeah, there's so many similarities. In fact, everything is a similarity to something else at this point. This is what I was kind of this is what I'm hoping will happen sooner rather than later. I'm hoping that there'll be more I'm hoping it'll become more obvious what Foundry's kind of unique thing is, what their unique direction will be. In business terms, you'd call it a unique selling point, a USP. What's going to be the thing that makes you buy this game and not one of the other games? Because if Factorio exists and Factorio does factory building better, and you want factory building, you buy Factorio. You know, if Satisfactory does aesthetical stuff with a bit of factory building, and that's what you want, you buy Satisfactory. What at the moment is gonna make you buy this game rather than either Factorio or Satisfactory, or even DSP? Okay, what we can already tell is that short term at least we're gonna run very low on these mechanical parts, but the luxury of this little design is that we can go back here and we can very quickly, you can see we've got 2 factories producing these. The fact that that's pointing the wrong way is going to annoy me greatly. We've got 2 factories making these. We can just quite easily put down a 3rd. Extend the belts out. Now there's no blueprint system as it stands so far, I don't think. The grid is a selling point for me. Well, that's true. Yeah, the grid is very nice to have. This is one thing that you have to go really out of your way to be able to do in Satisfactory, to keep things all on a squared alignment grid is a tough challenge. Right, and there we go. Hey presto. Just like that, we've got more throughput on mechanical parts. As long as our ferret plates allow, we can produce more mechanical parts. And that should help alleviate what is currently a bottleneck. Man goes my stairs again. Just don't fall off. I'm out of belts. Okay, we've reached 110 and we still haven't hit the stack limit. I'm assuming it's 200 then. The stack limit on these is 50. And the stack limit on these could be 25, or it could be more. It's also hard to tell when the factory's... Is it doing anything, or is it strangle? Okay. It's not outputting anything. So I'm going to assume that this is a limit of 25 on the splitters. That's a stack. If I take these now... Yeah, okay. It is, because even on my inventory it only gave me 25. I probably want a good few stacks of... If we're going to do a bus system, we're going to need conveyors like by the billion. Let's prepare for that eventuality. Okay, we can have this as a bit of a runway, a bit of a walkway. We can come down here, we can grab up some stuff. Splitters 2, splitters 3. What are splitters 3 missing? You have an output. Oh, we didn't put any belts here. Well, we're never going to get splitters 3 in splitters 2 in there, are we? Otherwise, did we limit this? We did. Did we limit this? We did. Okay. Right. What's next on our automizations? What's next? What's next? Assembly units, storage containers. So building blocks are automated. Probably not going to ever automate stairs, although that decision may come back to haunt me. Let's see. I don't think we need emergency beacons ever more than once ever in the game, so we're not going to make those. These 3 are automated, these 2 are automated. Biomass burners, probably not going to use biomass burners unless I absolutely have to, and if I absolutely have to, I'll craft it by hand. Same with the burner generators. I don't see much value in automating these right now. That said, is there any reason to not? Ah, these are using tech rods and plates. This run doesn't have tech rods on it. This run's only got plates. Is there anything that uses plates, components, and those things? These are all going to start using tech rods, are they? Plates, machine parts, electronic components. Well, we can get some drone miners on the go in here, I guess. We can wang in some drone miners, maybe. Drone miners, assemblers, plates, machine parts, components, good. Smelters, plates, machine parts, components, good. Plates, machine parts, components, all good. So, right, 1, 2, 3, 4 additional things can go on this run. 4 additional things can go on this run. Maybe then if we have the other side of this, when we mirror this on the other side, which is what I plan to do next, or maybe once we've unlocked a few more things, is to have a run that's got these and the techno rods on. Let's get some research on the go though. Let's never not be researching. Ladders. What do ladders need, for example? Plates. Lights. What do lights need? Plates, electronic components, tech rods, railings, just plates, science pack 2. Oh, yeah, I hadn't even thought about what the hell does the science pack start to need? Conveyors 1 and building blocks. Okay, well, conveyors 1... Okay, science pack 2 is also really goddamn simple. That doesn't require any intermediate components. It's just conveyors 1, which is just one intermediate item. And conveyors 1 are just techno plates, right? Plates and machine parts, which is just more plates. Is it? Do plates make machine parts? They do. So it's all ferrite plates. Don't need techno rods for much at all in the early game by the looks of things. This ferrite plates is the absolute strain and bottleneck on your supply systems, it appears. Now what we can do is we can toggle priorities on these, which I'm thinking we could do with... We probably don't want to prioritize science. Now that sounds crazy, right? But we probably want to prioritize the construction materials and anything that's going on further on down the line. We probably maybe I'll mess around with priority later on in the game. The easy way to ignore priority is just to overproduce everything. Overproduce everything, and then you never, you know, you have throughput bottlenecks rather than priority bottlenecks. That starts to make sense. Yeah, okay, so we can do 4 more along this way. This is probably going to leave us quite some room for expansion here on these things and these things, which I sense we're going to need. Once we start making circuits and stuff like that, we might need to ramp up this production quite heavily. And it might be smart to leave room for this to be mirrored on the other side and for us to put a second belt in. Or, well, another belt on top, technically. Depending on how quick we get faster belts, that is. We're not saturating the belt with these machines anyway. That's tomorrow's problem. Let's get to tomorrow first before we make tomorrow's problem. Right, let's add some more on the end of this run then. We can... What did I say? We need at least 4 more of these. Because we're going to do drone miners, we're going to do assemblers, we're going to do smelters, and we're going to do logistic containers. 1, 2, 3, 4. All of those use plates, machine parts, and components. Plates, machine parts, components, yeah. Whilst those craft, I'm running low on actual materials. Oh, and we've got no research running. Let's get lights. I'm wondering how much of a buffer of these materials I should keep. But there's also part of me that doesn't want to buffer too many materials, because materials are finite. This is also something that you have to kind of remember and consider. There's not an unlimited amount of these materials, and so you kind of don't want to take them out the ground until you need them, because later on in the game you get efficiency bonuses on when you take them out of the ground. Now, why is this run dry? Why is this running dry? Oh, because it's going to priority filling this back up before it sends it anywhere else. Okay, so that's actually just as bad as hoovering off the belt, which is usually something you want to avoid. Oh well, fuck it. Tomorrow's problem. How many problems are we going to have tomorrow? How many problems can we pass off till tomorrow? I'm going to say most of them. Oh, more research done. Drill speed is 50. Railings are only 15. Let's get that done. We're going to need quite much more foundation. How far can we go? One. Did we say we're making 4 things? 1, 2, 3. Oh. Okay, we need to put some more foundation down. Do we run both of these? Yeah, let's just go all the way over there. Just go all the way there. Future Mantheus is going to hate current Mantheus. Usually the case, but hopefully future Mantheus will also have a greater understanding of what the hell's going on in the first place. That's the plan. Kind of looks like Durotar. It does a little bit, yeah, with the deserts. Look how quickly we're hitting the mountains, though, and are going to have to start doing some Minecraft action. This is the problem, right? You could try and build within the scenery and within the aesthetics, but it's so much easier to just whack a foundation in the sky and then build there. Unfortunately. Right, so what were we making? This one is going to be drone miners. You need one of everything. So we need, hang on, I can already tell. We are short on these. Damn, we don't have many of those. We are short on these. We'll take some of those. Splitters we're good on. Belts, we're going to need some more belts. Okay, we're yeah, plates. We're running out of plates. Setting up this little mini mall was clearly going to be quite a strain on our resources, but trust me when I say that having a storage box full of every building material is going to make future Mantheus very happy. Current Mantheus is going to have to build a few things by hand, mind, but 1, 2, 3. Let's do the outputs. For the 4 machines. The outputs are going to go there. Then we're going to have inputs into the box off the back of those. Yep. Something like that. Something like that. Limit that one. Right, that one. Oh, we're rocking and rolling now, boys and girls. We're gonna be off to the races. Can you copy multiple items at once? No, unfortunately, there's no blueprint system. At least not at this point in the game. You have this thing. So you can copy the configuration of something. You can copy the target with its settings in place. Or you can copy the configurations of stuff. So there's a little bit of flexibility there if you're like making multiple of the same machine. So like for example, I could copy this with its settings, I guess. Control and Q. Invalid copy with... Okay, so even that doesn't particularly work. So the TLDR is no. Not yet. But we can hope. I must say, in comparison to how Factorio... I mean, Factorio came out many moons ago now. Satisfactory, when that came out a few years ago, both of those games were in a far more rocky state when they launched in early access. Foundry, though, I've been aware of this thing in the making for like a couple of years now. I didn't realise that it was actually being launched in early access this month already. But what I would say for an early access game is it does seem pretty solid. I wouldn't say it's feature rich, but it's foundationally all there, it seems. At least in these early stages. It might get a little bit rocky towards the end game, we'll find out, but at least currently it seems to be smooth sailing. Right, so you're making these, which means you need one of everything. Drone miners, you need one of everything, so let's get some 6s on here. You're an intake, boop. An intake. We need a 7 intake there as well. You should be happy now. Once, of course, some materials come down the belt, you'll be happy. Welcome in, Chris, by the way. Welcome. Good morning to you. Good morning. So you're happy. You've got an output. You've got a box. You should be golden. This one was going to be assemblers, I believe. Now, do I try and plan ahead here? I've just realised what could be my downfall here. My downfall could very much be that when we unlock Assemblers 2, for example, Assembler 2 requires Assembly 1 to build. Meaning I either want to leave space for Assembler 2s to squeeze in, assuming the base components are the same. I guess we can have a look. Where's Assembly 2s? Can we look at the broader picture here? Where's Assembly 2s? That's all character related stuff. Incinerators. Is it further down? Do we not get Assembly 2s and stuff for quite a while, or? Logistics containers, conveyor belts, lights, decor, personal shit. Where do we unlock? This could really do with a search function. Really could do with a search function. Third lane loaders, greenhouses, biomass farming. Assembler 2 unlocks with red science, so science 2. And it takes Assembler 1 with the addition of 6 advanced machinery parts. Okay, so we are going to need Assembly 1s to do this. What I don't know at the moment is how much better Assembly 2s are, other than they make shit faster. They seem to be 50% faster. my early assumption is that assembly 2s are just 50% fast. Oh yeah, there we go. Look, speed 1.5. 50% faster, but they're going to consume more power. And then I presume assembly 3s are the same but different again. I don't know when we get assembly 3s. Not for ages. We don't get assembly 3s for a while. And they're speed 2, so they're then faster still. But use way more power. And they require assembly 2s, thermalite sheets, and circuit boards. Okay, that's very much tomorrow's problem. Having them in a storage box means maybe we can do some shenanigans later on down the lines to get them somewhere else for the further production, but I don't think I'm going to worry about it now. It'll be, yeah, let's strike that up as tomorrow Mantheus's problem. Right, you're making assemblers then. And you need one of you, one of you, one of you. Oh, I like the fact that it gives you the rates required. 75 per minute, 75 per minute, 37.5 per minute. Now, obviously, this isn't a machine that we need running full belt all the time. It just needs to work from time to time. But you need one of you. You need one of you. And you need a 7 input. There. And you should be good. And I need more foundations here, because otherwise I'm going to fall off all the time. Yeah, the game's looking good. The game's looking good. It doesn't seem to have its own unique selling point particularly just yet. At the stage I've got to, well, maybe the problem is I am absolutely playing it like I would play Factorio, but I'm playing it in 3D. I've not really figured out the landscape sort of game side of this. The fact that you've got 3-dimensionality will play a part soon. My bus is running in this direction, which is actually running straight into the sea. And then straight into a mountain. So there's a good chance that we are going to cross the sea and then tunnel into the mountain to continue making our factory. And nobody going up and over it. That's crazy talk. There's an interesting concept that I don't know how deep the world goes. You could really hide your entire factory in just underground caves, which could be funny, could be interesting. It could kind of, you know, make the aesthetics look quite cool. That's an end game sort of thing, I reckon, though. Too bad mountain, not first, so you could make use of that landfill. Well, there's also the issue that, well, not so much of an issue, is that gravity doesn't seem to need a thing. Like, the foundations don't need... The foundations don't... They can just float in the air. So, when we hit the river, I don't think it's going to make a blind bit of difference. I think we're just going to straight up just keep going. I don't think it's going to make a blind bit of difference. So I'm not too worried about that, if I'm honest. Let's finish getting our little mall set up. Had we set this? Where did we get to? You're making assemblers once, of course, you have components. The next one was going to be smelters, which once again needs all 3. An input. An input. And an input. And your output is already set up into a container that's limited. So you're good to go. And the last one on our thing, temporarily, is going to be logical containers. And that's the same again. One of you. One of you. Oh, we're out of these bad boys. Now, for all intensive purposes, that should be most of our little shopping centre up and running. All we now need to do is make sure that it has the opportunity to do its thing. This is probably stealing nearly all of the resources right now. I can't imagine a single plate is getting past this thing. So we're kind of needing to wait for one to back up before the others can do their thing. But yeah, plates are being hoovered up. There seems to be some gaps forming in our plate production. So maybe this is where we need to look at supplying. We don't have much of this going puff puff. So maybe we need to build this out a little bit more. That might be our next plan of action now that we've got a mini mall produced. To smooth out the production of all of this, we could have mirrored half of this on the other side, but actually the second side would still be, you know, still probably not get much love either way. Whatever. Having it all in one long row is fine. I'm not changing it now, not without blueprints anyway. Whew. Make a full-on sky factory, a full floaty sky city. Well, that's an option. It's definitely an option. I do think that the only reason I'm sticking to one level right now, I've just realised that's like a big moon or an earth or something. The only reason I'm sticking to one level now is that there's not, apart from having slopes, apart from having these slopes for your materials, there's no easier or better way to move materials up just yet. I think we get elevators unlocked in a little bit, which will mean that you can maybe then put a second floor or a third floor on a factory, and replicate something similar to what you can do with Satisfactory, for example. But that flexibility we haven't unlocked yet. That might be coming soon, TM. We're starting to unlock a lot more of this decorative stuff. I'm wondering just how much of this I should automate. I mean, it is quite literally considered decor, so am I going to bother with it? This is always the problem, right? Unless it's necessary. Even walls and stuff in Factorio, you don't. The only reason you place walls is to keep bugs out. And most people in Satisfactory even don't bother with walls, because then you've just got to go round the damn things. If you don't put a wall, you can just walk through, you know. I want to see what the doors look like. I want to see what the lights are. Something I think I should probably automate and use, since without them I think it could be okay, so this is your door. A door that doesn't automatically open when you go towards it. A door that you have to manually open. Oh, well, we ain't fucking using that shit. There's no chance I'm going to use a door that I have to actually press the button for. Oh, toggle auto open, look. Here we go. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that... Maybe. Maybe. And by maybe, I mean probably not. Probably not until we try and make the place look nice. What else have we got? Lights. Boop. Is it just a floodlight? I know the sun's just coming up, but what's the toggle button? Okay, the on and the off option is kind of... let's maybe test that again when it's actually nighttime. But I'm already not imagining that that's going to help much, if at all. Railings. If we want to cordon some areas off. Yeah, this is all just aesthetical stuff. Like, I mean, I guess I can put that down to stop myself falling off my factory from time to time, but it's not my jam. Signs. Size depends on the item mode. Oh, mode. Hold right mouse button. 1x1, 2x1, 2x1, wall signs, floor signs. Set text. You can use HTML text formatting, sure. Okay, okay. Sure. Did you see that the Wowhead post has that tailors can now make bags that have a 3% speed stat on it in the War Within? Insert an iframe for some Google AdSense. Clever. Could be smart. Yeah, I don't know how that would work. No, I hadn't looked into tailoring yet. Bags with stats on? Oof. Seems like an interesting twist. Isn't there I have vaguely seen that tailors are making a whole bunch of different bags. I would hope that they've limited this formatting option to just this stuff, rather than allowing you full injection of code, because that gets dangerous very quickly, especially on multiplayer games. Equip your bag storage is infinite. Make it happen. Oh my god. Oh yes. Oh yes. I'm going to turn into the Churchill dog. Oh yes, yes, yes. $50 and $30. Let's upgrade this. Right, we're nearly done with everything that we can do with just blue science. Speed set druid's going to go crazy for that sort of stuff. I smell some money. Yeah, I mean, if tailors are going to be making different types of bags, then it's a welcome change. It's almost a long overdue change, if I'm honest. Copy the YouTube share embed for your stream. Watch your YouTube stream from within the game. That could be quite funny. That could be quite funny. Is that against Twitch TOS for embeds? Could I create a multiplayer server and put multiple screens with my Twitch and YouTube stream embedded to them to artificially view bot via Foundry? Oh, that'd be funny. Incoming min-max bag loadout. Oh god, can you imagine? Okay, you're backed up. This is kind of what we want, actually. We want these machines to back up. We want them to chill the fuck out most of the time. You're still going, which is probably what's stealing most of the resources currently, if I'm honest. You're backed up. You are definitely not backed up. Neither are you. You have some miners in there. We're probably going to need these almost instantly, right? To be honest. Let's take you anyway. Because I've suddenly realised we can put you to use. Smelters, you've got nothing in yet. Is that because I've broken something, or is that just because no materials have made it this far down the line? Probably. Right, let's head over here, boost our ferret plate production a little bit. We should probably build out a little bit more here and get some more mining on the go. I'm not entirely sure why I've made this loop round, but I must have done it for one reason or another. I don't know. It's there anyway, it might as well. Right, that should mean we've got a lot more robots going off doing some mining here now. And we can put more around this side, and we can go around the other side, and we can go around the other side if we really want to throw as many robots at this as possible. It would be really nice to be able to figure out just exactly how much is in this little section, because knowing that the materials can run out, I wonder how soon I'm going to have to go find some more from somewhere else. Mining outposts are going to be a thing. Mining speed increase. Character mining time has been reduced to 80% of its original time. Cool. Right, red science then. Everything else is researched, everything else is unlocked. Go, go, gadget, go. This belt should now be more saturated than it once was, which looks like it's fully saturated now. All of them are going puff, 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 which is good. Make me some more plates, please. Storage is backed up. Okay. With more plates comes more machine parts. With more machine parts comes everything else. So once that filters through, we should be good. Obviously, stockpiling all of this is taking a lot of resources early days. This is about to fill up as well, which will alleviate the stress on the rest of it. Okay. But the TLDR is that's done. We need to prep for Science 2, I think. I think we need to plan for Science 2 and get some further research done for Science 2. So what are we going to need for this? Conveyor belts, building blocks. Do I try and... Now, there's part of me that thinks I should probably math this out, but I don't know what science per minute we should really aim for, honestly. I am with my first science, I just arbitrarily put down, I think, like 5 buildings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just kind of, you know, put 5 down just because it seemed like a nice number. They take Science 1 takes 30 seconds base time to produce. So 5 machines, if they're all running, is technically 6 per... 1 every 6 seconds, is that right? I don't know. I didn't worry about that too much. Looking at it closer, it's a 3% speed outdoors on a unique equipped 32 slot bag. Current blue bags are 34 slots. Not sure if I drop 2 slots for 3% speed. Yeah, I don't think most people would. I really don't think most people... Unique equipped as well. Drop 2 slots for plus 3% outdoor speed. If you could stack it on 4 bags and get 12% increased speed, I might be interested. But as you know, as a hunter, for example, Pathfinder gives me 30% movement speed outside of combat anyway. Like, what's an extra 3%? Literally nothing. Even if you were trying to do it on a speed druid, for example, the fact that it's unique equipped is like, well, 3% extra is not going to make, you know... Sure, every little counts, but it makes it a weird choice. If you're going to put a perk on it, the perk needs to be perceived as useful. Visit C3BB to turn in Science Pack 2. Oh, I didn't even realise he was wanting me to do it. I've just been ploughing on ahead. I forgot that you exist, little fella. Science Pack 2.
We are making great progress. New exciting blueprints are coming up. Exactly as the disaster protocol suggests. BB, any updates on the station? No, not yet.
He's absolutely
okay, we'll follow
useless,
the
isn't he, this
protocol
fella?
and continue to expand until you have news for us.
For reference, I think that up there is the space station, which at some point I think our goal is to rebuild it and to do some space trade. But until we get to that point, I'm playing it like it's Factorio. Lights. Build 5 light poles.
Are you feeling a little spooked when it's dark? No worries, BB. We can create some light poles to brighten up our nights.
I mean, I'll do it. I didn't really want to. Decor. Oh, hang on. What's all this now? Paint roller. Paint with left mouse button. Huh. Not every object can be colorized. So far, nothing can be colorized. Hello? I can't paint the floors. What can I paint? Can I paint a rock? No. Okay, well that's weird. Maybe walls and doors and that sort of stuff is an option, but your machines not so much. Okay. Sure. Oh yeah, it wanted me to do 5 lights, didn't it? Where did you go? Oh, you're up there.
Oh yes, you've illuminated my perspective. Things are looking exceptionally bright around here.
That's just me. Oh, that's literally it. Okay, that's all you want to do now. Okay. So yeah, maybe we do just plow on with Science Pack 2 then. The factory must grow. The question is do I leave space to mirror this mall with other stuff for when the eventual happens that I want to start building tier 2 versions of some of these machines. Tier 2 loaders, tier 2 belts, tier 2 assembly units. Because there's nothing theoretically stopping me taking outputs from these, running them into new factories. It just means my walkway is going to start looking messy. In Satisfactory, what you'd often do is you'd put all of your belts, you'd spaghetti your belts under the floor, so you just hide all the, you run everything down and you have all of your spaghetti belts under the floor. Yeah, I don't want to break the sacred path, but I'm thinking if there's the... Can I make the sacred path? Yeah, see, this is the problem, right? If I elevated the sacred path to this height, can I still, because I could then have my belts and stuff running underneath, can I then still have... Just out of quick curiosity here. Oh no, what have I done? Oh no, what have I done? How much did I tile then? Oh no, what have I done? Oh, I didn't realise I was tiling the whole fucking thing. Yeah, that was a whoopsie. And I'm absolutely not going to use the bonk demolish in case I accidentally have another whoopsie and just undo everything I've just done all day. I mean, I guess the sacred path will still allow me to come across here and pick up stuff. I just kind of have to look down. Reload a save. Load game, autosave. Yeah. I haven't done anything in the last 2 minutes, have I? Oh, phew, we're fine. Yeah. Yeah, maybe an elevated path so that we can share the materials and then have a secondary bus thing going on, maybe, possibly. Let me grab a drink, hang on. Yeah, maybe once again we strike that up as being tomorrow's problem. It depends how far and how fast we get through science too. Because the alternative is I just straight away build science 2 here. Oh, actually, shit, what is this? Continue your research to reveal unknown resources. That's one thing I hadn't considered. There's a flipping resource node here. Do I want to not build anything there whatsoever just because there's a resource node? And I need to figure out what the flipping out... Yeah, I don't want to build on top of this particularly, do I? Although the resource node is not in the air, it's going to be under the ground, which still means we could mine down for it and ignore the fact that the actual factory is built above it. I don't know how important that resource node is going to be, but it's probably going to be something important, isn't it? What if it needs huge, great big buildings on it? Oh, Lord. Do we... Okay, what is the width of one tile? One tile is actually the entire width of everything that we've done here so far. So one tile is actually quite wide, isn't it? So we don't know quite where the resource is going to be. Can we spot anything above ground that could indicate it's a resource node, or is this something we're going to have to dig down for? It looks like it could be something we have to dig down for. Our scanner's not going to pick it up yet because we don't have the tech. But there's something here. There's something here that I need to be aware of. Ferret ore, tech ore. There's some in here we should be aware of, and there's some in here I should probably not build on top of. So where are we going to build science 2? Do I just put I wanted all my science on the bottom side. I wanted all of my circuitry and components and stuff on the top side, and predominantly boss running through the middle, and then malls and science I wanted at the bottom. Flipping out. Well, I need some... What's the first things we're going to probably want to research with Science 2? Let's have a little bit of a look at what our options look like. Basic steel smelting. Way of making steel. Crafting recipes that will be unlocked. Ferrite ignium ore blend. So we take some ignium ore and we take some ferrite ore, and we smush it together to make the ferrite ignium ore blend. Steel beams are then produced from ferrite ignium ore blend in a smelter again. So we're going to have a steel smelting section somewhere. And then that will get plugged into the bus. This doesn't seem to indicate that there's anything new that we're going to... we also unlock advanced machinery parts, which take regular machinery parts and the addition of steel beams. So that's quite a close to home task. Crafting speed, meh. Conveyors 2. Which ups it to 320 per 320 items from 160, so it doubles the speed. Okay. We get conveyors 2 and slopes 2. We don't get splitters 2. Is splitters 2 a separate one? Yeah. Well, they're not splitters, are they? They're balancers. They're splitters. They split things. Explosives? And this is just going to make ploughing into a thing and mining faster and easier than doing it by hand, isn't it? That's just a nice to have. Inventory size, lights, logistic container 2, bigger logistical container, mining drills, office furnitures, walkways. Yes, explosives are a very goblin thing. That's true. We'll give you that. This is our next scanner, which is going to unlock the scanning of mineral rock. We do need something else. We need to research explosives before we can research that anyway. So yes, explosives is quite high on our priority list, I reckon. Ore refinement is also something we unlock after we unlock steel, which is a prerequisite to Science 3, so also something that might need to be done quite early. This is where we can turn the rubble into ferrite ore and tech ore, and then we make tech rods tier 2, ferrite plates tier 2. So this is part 1 of a more advanced material production pathway. You take one ore and you take one rubble and you get one piece of ore, but then 2 pieces of ore actually make you 3 rods. So there's a 50% productivity yield, which is actually massive. That's actually massive. That's going to be really useful to get just more out of your ore patches. Implementing that as quick as possible might not be a terrible idea either. All of this is starting to look to use quite a lot of science packs. I'm just wondering if there was any... I can handcraft some science pack 2s temporarily just to jumpstart the research. Pumps, powers, greenhouses, high voltage electricity grid, biomass farming, glass production. Looks like science 3 is where we get to like olemite processing, which I think is oil. So science 2 looks to still be relative concrete production. We get to make gravel. We get to make cement, which in turn makes us concrete, which has an increased walking speed. Oh, we're going to make concrete instead of foundations, potentially. Cement, gravel, and water. Which I would guess then are made in a casting machine. Maybe. Okay, cool. Can I make a beeline to this? What do we need for explosives? 40. And then we need 25. 65 science 2s. Can I just make 65 science 2s by hand quickly? Quickly. 10 seconds per. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. 55, 60. What did I say I needed? 65. More conveyors, more building blocks. Just to jumpstart the production so I can find out what the hell's down here and see how important it is. So let's do explosives. Explosives is next. Who would have thought explosives is the very first thing we look at? Go, go, gadget, go. You're going to need 40 red science. Red science is ultimately going to go on this one. Can we hand place things on a belt? I don't think it matters, does it? No. Okay, let's just wang them in here. Boop. Three in there, 3 in there. Oh, why am I making intermediates in between? I shouldn't be making intermediates in between. Oh well. The crafting queue's not smart enough to realise that I actually have the components. It's making them by hand all the same. Okay, sure. It's going to delay the speed a little bit, but it's fine. Right, explosives is on the go. We're still already just producing this stuff, not getting a lot of this things through. I'm wondering how soon I might need to go find some extra... Yeah, there's a xenoferrit ore patch, like literally right next to the first one. But with the downside that I can't get it because I need mining force. how and when do we learn Mining Force? Because the second patch of this ASAP is going to be really useful. This Technium ore, we don't use much of this at all. This is going to last us ages, I reckon. But a second patch of Xenoferrite ore, especially since I think that is combined with Ignium ore to make steel. We might have a steel smelting thing going on here, and we might bring that in the bus here so that we have steel on the bus and then other things can start making steel. Might not be a terrible idea. Yeah, how do we get Mining Force? That's mining drill speed. Let's look at the full tree. I don't remember seeing anything that was like Mining Force. Maybe there was and I just ignored it. Inventory size, drill speed, character crafting speed, logistic containers, conveyors, balancers, decor. Is it part of... Oh, we get a mining laser eventually. Fire the laser. Is it Mining Force... Oh, hang on, what's this? Mining Force 1, here we go. Oh, we don't get Mining Force until we have unlocked Science 3 even. Okay, that second patch of ore is going to be out of our grasp for quite a while, I think. Allows drilling and blasting of deeper underground terrain, giving you access to previously unreachable resources. Okay, so that's not coming for a little while. What goes into a Science 3? Science 3 requires advanced machine parts, concrete and pipes. So there is going to be the need... Okay, this is where it might switch more into its own path. It might forcibly make you go out and do like more mining operations and stuff because of the landscape and the terrain, which is quite cool. Set up a big mining operation for your raw materials to make concrete and stuff. I like. Maybe I might quite quickly find that playing this completely Factorio-esque and running everything on a bus is kind of unrealistic. But if we have like a mining section going on, we can still feed the materials back into our main bus, I guess. Right, explosives are on the go. You in there. You in there. And the rest in there. Is that? Okay, that's not even all of them to finish explosives. Why don't I just do this real quick? Why don't I do this real quick? Where's my... Make a box. Oh, haha. Now it's not going to make a box until it's finished making those anyway. Give me a box. Give me a box. Give me a box. Give me a box. Give me some boxes. Do that, look. Do that, look. Then it'll distribute them where it's needed. Oh, that one doesn't even have a belt. Whoops. Three research facilities doesn't feel like quite a lot, but at the speed in which we'll progress, I think it will probably be plenty. Right. explosives are on the way. We need to make explosives, and we need to research explosives, and then we need to research mineral rock scanner. I need to find out what that rock is, and if it's going to be in my way, and if I need to avoid it. But while that's doing, I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break, boys and girls. Stretch my legs, take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll continue on. Goblin's going to do some blow up stuff. That's the plan. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty, how are we doing on explosives? We're getting there, 70%. Let's put some more. Let's put these in here. That in theory is enough red science packs to finish explosives. How is all of our inventory stuff stacking up? You're doing nice. Swap you out so we've got a full stack. We could always do with more than, or at least a full stack of belts. We've got a full stack of splitters. Let's take a full stack of these. Let's supply up. Supply up. We can leave those in there. Did I limit this? I did. Some of you is useful. It seems like you stacked to 10, so we'll take the full stack there. What are you? Smelters. Smelters only stacked to 10. I might allow for a second stack of smelters, because I think we might need more than that. 8 was useful at some point. We got told 8 was useful at some point, and I can't remember why 8 was useful. You've still only got 3. I'm guessing you stack up to 10 as well. Why are explosives still at 70%? Why haven't they moved? Why hasn't it moved? What are you saying? Below optimal research speed could be caused by insufficient power. Oh shit! Are we got power problems? Current output 600 kilowatts, max output 1.8 megawatts. How are we not good? Surely we should be good. Assemblers, loaders. Research servers are not using any... What? Why is research ground to a halt? Why have you just decided to stop? Why have you just stopped? Oh! Ha 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 ha! I put the belt down. I didn't put any loaders on the belt. Oops. Oops. They're never going to take anything if you don't give them the ability to take it. Whoops. Whoops. Nobody saw that. Honest mistake. Whoops. I thought something was fishy. I thought something was up. I've planned for third belt to come in here for a third science. There only seems to be 5 science packs, so we can have 3 here, 3 on this side, 2 in on the other side. At some point, we need the extra long grabby arm things though. At some point, clearly the machine's fault. Yeah, absolutely. Right, 82%. Now we're moving up in the world. Now we're getting places. You're empty. Is that by design? No, you need some more in there. That should be enough handcrafted ones to facilitate both explosives and what was the thing I needed next? Explosives and then this ore scanner fella for mineral rock. A versatile mineral-rich rock that can be used for many different appliances. I suspect that is what's in this spot here. Which do we just put a kink in our bus? Do we make a kinky bus? Do we just do a quick right angle and then just go boop, take the bus vertically instead? If this is going to then be this might end up being a little mining spot for something, another resource perhaps. Yeah, no kink shaming here. No kink shaming here. Right, where's the scanner dude at? Right, go. Go, gadget, go. What do we need to make these explosives then? Let's have a look. Where are they? Components, explosives. So we need ignium ore rubble, technium ore rubble, and some biomass. Okay, we have no way to actually produce biomass currently. Biomass is something that we have been hand acquiring by just cutting down trees up until this point. Presumably then with Science 2 we get some way to also mass produce biomass, I think. Didn't I see greenhouses or some shit along here somewhere? I swear we saw something greenhousey. Where was that? Oh, they're not for ages, look. Oh no, that's a lie. They're actually sooner than they look. They are just a Science 2 thing. Allows you to plant farm seeds by using greenhouses. Forest seeds, rocky desert seeds, sandy desert trees, tropical seeds. So how's all this seed business going to work? Forest seeds, Growing on dirt, makes a bunch of trees. Produces trees. You need a forest seed, mineral rock, and a bunch of water. And 50% of the time it's going to produce 3 seeds. So half the time it will triple the seeds you put in. Okay. Okay. So for every 10 seeds you put in, you get 15 seeds out. Is basically what that equates to, right? You put 10 seeds in, 50% of the time it doesn't accumulate to anything. But then 5 times 3 is 15, yeah. So if you have 10 greenhouses taking in 10 forest seeds, then you'll get 15 forest seeds out. So it's a self... Okay. How's that going to then... Oh, so then we have biomass farming eventually. Unlocks automated biomass farming and a decorative wooden block. Biomass farming is energy inefficient and costs more power than it yields. Ooh. So you take a biomass, some mineral rock, and some water to produce 2 biomass, which is produced in greenhouses, but it is not self-sufficient. It takes more energy to do it than what... Okay, so... Okay. Yeah, you can't... What that's basically telling you is you then can't run your factory on biomass by farming biomass. You should only farm your biomass, presumably, to allow you... Why would you farm biomass otherwise then? What do you need... Basically, you don't want automated biomass. Well, you're going to want automated biomass, but only in limited quantities, I presume. In limited quantities, so then you can make explosives from it. But you're not going to produce biomass to power the factory, is I think what it's trying to get at there. Which makes sense, because if that was if that had a positive feedback loop to it, you would technically not need anything else. So yeah. So you'll make enough biomass to make products that need biomass, e.g. explosives, but you won't mass produce it much further than that. Okay, that makes sense. Right, this ore mineral scanner is nearly done as well. We seem to have crashed at 88% again. Why have we crashed at 88%? Because it's not got any reds. Why has it not got any reds? Oh, because the intake's here and the reds are there. Flipping Nora. Okay. Stupid. Boop. And are these going to be halfway through a research? So, okay. Okay. I needed to oversupply a few more of these red science, apparently. Let's make 5 more. I made the exact number, and apparently we need a little bit more flexibility there because they've got 93% through, and then they've run out of materials. Oh, now it's up to 94. Huh? Oh, that's the... What? Okay, those numbers also don't correspond. Some weirdness going on here. Maybe it'll fix itself. 97. 98. They're all working even though they all claim to have nothing in them. 99. Sure. Hey, it magically worked somehow. I didn't need the extra 5. Right. Mineral rock, look. There we go. She'd be down there. Right. That does indicate then that we're gonna have a kink in our bus. Either we put a kink in the bus, or we just blitz past it. Either we run the bus up north now. Okay. Right, so yeah, we don't want to block that off really. That's solidified my decision. We're gonna have a little kink in the bus. We're gonna run it up north instead, which is still running straight to a lake, but you know, it is what it is. Okay, we changed the direction of the bus. Oh, I've just realised. You know what I'm going to accidentally end up doing is I'm going to end up using this grid system as a city block design. Oh, I know it already. I know it's going to happen. I'm going to designate a thing to be made in each one of these squares. Oh, it's going to happen. Okay. We run the bus down the middle here. We make shit off the sides to it now. I haven't strictly followed that plan of action up until this point, but I also hadn't realised it. That's also going to mean long-term expansion is made easier. Make a beach resort when you hit the water. That's a possibility. It could be. Boop. Boop. Let's fill in the gaps. Yeah, okay. Should we just do a straight turn? Or do I actually want to line it up with the centre of the square? Oh god, how much do I want? How is my OCD going to handle this? How's my OCD going to handle this? Do I want the bus running in the centre of these squares? It seems so ridiculous and so unnecessary, but something I can't help but feel I'm going to want to do. Considering everything else is... okay. We'll worry about sacred grid alignments another day. I want to do it, but I also then don't want to do it. This might work well, actually, because then we can run steel down here, straight through there. Whatever we do with this mineral rock, we can throw on the bus as well, potentially. I haven't quite decided. Okay, we're going to go up this way, which means we need some more foundations. Concrete the world! Concrete the world. Or not, because I'm out of concrete. Or it's not concrete, is it? But you know what I mean. We're out of foundations. Damn nature getting in the way. Indeed. Stupid nature and it's all its beauty. Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay. Right, so by the same logic, we should probably put red science here. Red science should come off here. Let's make a... No, is it red science or whatever science 2 ends up being? Science 2 is going to go here. And then the result of science 2 we bring down here, round here, plug it into our whatever's going on here. And then we'll figure out what to do with this mineral rock soon, TM. Once we've got some more science in the way. Kink bus is the best bus. Just don't look too closely at the fluid on the seats. Oh lord. Are they even now? OCD reasons. Yeah, okay. Right. Right. So, what do we need for science 2? Conveyor belts and building blocks. So we need to make a belt of conveyors, we need to make a belt of building blocks, and then once we've made a belt of each of those, we run them into separate buildings to make science packs. The question is how many science pack 2s do we want to make? They take 30 seconds a piece. These make 30 seconds. These take 30 seconds a piece. So I think I'm going to run by the same theory that I probably want 5 of these buildings. No real reason other than that's the amount I made of science pack 1. Try and produce them in similar quantities. Otherwise, at some point, it will be a bottleneck because it seems to be that you just need equal amounts of all of them as you progress up. Right. So the fact that I don't have the crafting speed times and stuff of conveyors is how fast do conveyors make? They take 3 seconds to make. Oh, it's 3 seconds to make 2, so it's actually 1.5 seconds to make each one. If we want 5 factories, running continuously, 5 times 6 is 30. That's a lot of conveyors. That's a lot of conveyors, isn't it? I'm so used to having I'm so used to having mods in things like Factorio that does all this maths for me, so I don't have to use my brain. Yeah, 6 times 5 is 30. If you want 6 conveyors... We're not doing 1 science per second, though. Maybe that's what I should have done. Maybe I should have built to produce 1 science a second, or maybe that's actually ridiculously fast. 60 science a minute sounds like a lot. Although, is it a lot? Is 60 science a minute a lot? Do we end up needing thousands of stuff? No, we don't, by the looks of things. 300. We're never needing thousands of these things. It's 200 and it takes 100, you know, even at the very end game, you only need 200 of each science pack. Each science pack takes 2 minutes to process. So, yeah, you're not actually needing huge, ridiculous quantities of these things, are you? Balanced factories is maybe something I'll consider at some point. Alpha build of the War Within looks a little bit different. Yeah, this is Hallowfall. Yeah. Do I math this out or do I just YOLO it? Now there is a way, there is an easy way to do this so that we don't have to do the maths to begin with, is we make a design that is structured so that you don't have to. We have... Do I make it? Yeah, I am. I'm gonna. Math it out. Math it out. You could, if I'm going to build it in a way that means I don't need to math it out, but it is expandable. That's the plan here. So I'm going to make conveyors first. Whatever goes into conveyors, plates and machine parts, plates and machine parts. We do it like this. Look, we have a run of plates and machine parts. We then have a building that makes said plates and machine parts. We then have an output for... We have an output for said... Doesn't need to come out the side if we do this. Oh man, no, it does need. It does kind of need to come out the side. The fact that the fact that it takes so flipping long to go up. I'm trying to avoid belt spaghetti as much as I can. It's difficult to avoid belt spaghetti. We can make them go down instead of up. Yeah, because these come from up, so we make them go down. This is the advantage of building... Whoops! This is the advantage of building on platforms like this. Right, okay, I think I got this. Do I got this? So it can't go there. This will start to make sense in a minute, trust me. It will start to make sense. And there's a reason why I'm specific. So what I'm going to do is this one is going to make... This one is going to make the conveyors. And the reason I'm making it this way is so that it's expandable, right? So if I realise that the ratios... If I ever want more red science at some point, I just expand it out further that way. And then we make conveyors. And we make building blocks. Building blocks are produced by plates, rods. Okay. So then these get spat out here. Now what we have is this one will come back up at some point. belt weaving in this game is frustrating. Because I want it to come back up from there and then go this way with this one that way. That can't go there. Blocked by this flipping thing, right? No? What's blocking that? Why can't that go there? Is it too close? It's too close. There's probably a much easier way to do this, but my brain hasn't figured it out yet. Your brain hurts, my brain hurts. Clever. I really don't like using these slopes. I really wish there was a quicker and easier way to take belts up and down. What I really want is Factorio underground belts, if you can't tell. I might be massively over-engineering this right now, but I actually don't think I am. Oh, cock. Falling off all the time is also just as annoying. We're going to go quite some way out this way, all the same. Quite some way out this way. Because then we're going to have one. I'm going to leave a gap between stuff just because. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. They're going to then produce... Yeah, it's not super space efficient, but it does mean it's easily expandable and easily upgradable. Satisfactory's belt elevators. Something like that is coming. There is something somewhere that turns up in that regard. Freight elevators, I think. But it's not for a while. And I think these are more designed for like long distance ups and long distance downs. I think. Because this now means that we can add more of these and we can add more of these if there's not enough being supplied to fulfill all of these. It's just I really hate this. I really hate this. I thought going down and under it would be the plan, but I really hate this. I would almost rather go up and over it somehow than go down and under it. I thought I'd like this because I thought it would make it look neater and tidier, and the reality is it doesn't make it look neater and tidier. It makes it look fucking horrible. So we'll pretend that didn't happen, and we'll do this instead. Actually, in hindsight, that is 500,000 times better. 500,000 million times better. Yeah, absolutely 500 million times better. So, this one was making, what did we say this was making? Science 2 is consistent of conveyors. So you're making conveyors. You need xenophyte plates and machinery parts, which are both bust. We need a 6 as an in. And a 7 as an in. 6 and a 7 on an in. And then we need an output. Which will go on this belt. And then this one is making plates and tech rods. Output onto this belt. An input of these two. And if we struggle for these, we can add another building or two to facilitate all of that. I'm just trying to, in a weird way, trying to make it so I don't have to piss about with all the maths. Which seems silly, I know, but, you know. If you make your designs easily expandable for later on in the game, for example, when you upgrade the speed of your belts and that sort of stuff, you can expand rather than having to rebuild, which is kind of my plan. Expanding rather than rebuilding. So what do we say this thing needed? What were the two materials this thing needed? Plates and rods. Oh, hang on, let's start with this one actually. Plates and machine parts. Let's do machine parts first. Oh, I've run out of belts. Machine parts in here. Machine parts, check. Plates in here. Right. You should be good to go. Yep, you're happy. And then you're outputting your belts over here, which will be ready and waiting for these ones. Configure assembler, red science. V. shift right mouse button, shift left, shift left, shift left, and shift left. So they've all got the same recipe. Then we need to hook up some belts for this machine. Plates and rods. Plates and rods. Which ones comes first? Plates. Plates. Weirdly, this part of it's quite quick and easy now. Now I've done it a few times. Whoops! Deleting too much there. Plates and rods. In she goes. I want to see it spit out what it should spit out. Spew. Yes, there we go. There we go. There's the two components we now need for this. And we can set up the ins and outs over here. Yeah, I'll get around to deconstructing the stuff beneath. Although I might just leave it there for historical reasons. Oh, Carcasaurus. Oh, flipping hell. Where's me stairs? Where's me stairs? I've run out of stairs. Stupid game. If we don't see it, it's not there. Makes sense, right? What you can't see can't hurt you. Now, in all theory, I should run the belt down around and round. But there's part of me that wants me to just run it across here and down because that's the shorter route. But then it's going to get in the way if I do any building there. But then if it's going to get in the way... Okay, we're going to go the scenic route. We'll go the scenic route. Why the hell not? They're only belts. They're only belts. We'll go the scenic route. Does mean we'll have to dig it up at some point if needs be, but... Also means there's going to be a hell of a lot of them on the belt, but what are you going to do? The Azure Span fishing hole is this week for that last quest. Don't know if you've already done it. Yes, I have. Thank you for letting me know, though. We have already got our good boy. We got it. We got it. Boom, there we go. Red Sciences. Red Sciences. Whoops. Who doesn't love some spaghetti? Some spaghetti. Or, well, the irony is I'm doing my best to not spaghetti this. If I was to spaghetti this, I'd just go I'd go straight across here and down. But I'm going the scenic route deliberately to try and avoid spaghetti. Which is mental, but, you know, it is what it is. Are we putting them on this one? They're going on this one. Boop. Somewhere out there. Stupid cactus. Now we need to cross the paths somehow, wherever they are. Where'd he go? To, I think, there? Beautiful! Red science automated. Fucking love that shit. That's the most ridiculous thing we've done so far. But it's ridiculous for a reason. Ridiculous for a reason is not ridiculous. I want to see it spit out some red science. Oh, it already is spitting out red science, look. Check it out. Automated red science. 2 sciences down. Now our materials are going to get absolutely just destroyed. Absolutely blasted. But automation is automation. They should come in this way. There's part of me that wants to run a platform all the way along with these. Just because it looks weird that it's kind of just floating, but here they come! Automated red science. Right, what we researching then? What we researching? Steel seems to be the next logical thing, right? Because we need this blend of stuff and we put it in crushers and that allows us to make advanced machinery parts. These, by the way, these machinery parts and steel beams, this is screaming to go in this block here. We're going to extend these out and I think we're going to put some advanced things here. Mostly because these are making machinery components here, and we can expand this a little bit more if needs be. Oh, is this going to be problematic because of our kinky bus? Well, I guess we'll see. I guess time will tell. We'll probably recreate this in more detail up here anyway. This will just be to make sure that this little section works, and then we'll make more up here. Okay. Here they come. Yes! Absolutely fan-dabby-dozy. That means this is no longer needed. We'll leave it there just in case. Steel. Do we go steel next? Steel, character crafting speed, concrete. I think steel's probably our next thing to set up. Are we going to need steel aggressively for different conveyors? Conveyor 2s require conveyor 1s. Decor, who cares? Who cares? Double doors, who cares? Inventory size, I kind of like. Lights, who cares? Logistic containers, probably not that useful. Mining speed. Office furniture, definitely don't need that. Walkways. Oh, walkways could be cool. Use walkways to easily reach certain parts of your factory or to get a good view from above. Automatically spawns railings on the edges. Can be connected to walkways that are parts of larger buildings. Oh, that actually could be quite useful. Right, if our end goal is to get here, what do we really need to go through that we haven't already? Steel is next on the list by the looks of things. We have steel next on the list. That transgresses into piping, which gives us the high voltage electricity grid, and then we do better ore refinement and finally some concrete. So this is where we need to work on now, I feel. So let's maybe do steel smelting first. Let's get you on the go. That's going to be quite quick. 4 xenoferrite ore rubbles, 2 ignium ore rubbles. Whack them in a crusher to make the blend. And then the blend goes in a smelter to make steel. Steel then needs to be injected onto the bus somewhere. Since we've got the xenoferrite ore and the ignium ore down here, see, this is why I wanted the bus going out this way realistically, but I think we're going to do some steel smelting down here somewhere. Awakened Eye has been reset, has it? People making all that PvP gear, clearly. Make some steel down this way, bring it up this way, and hook it into the bus somewhere around this section. So past this little section, past this little block, we'll run the steel into the bus here. And so then anything that needs steel later on has it. Steel production can be done down here. What we're likely gonna need to do then is either up production. How's this looking? These are all fully stacked with ore. Although these are not stacked with ore. Why are these not stacked? 48 in the last minute? Okay, these are backing up. Now I've made this kind of like Yo Sushi style looping belt. We can take a split off here, and we can take a split. Is this our main source? We can take a split from these two, and we do steel here. Yeah, just take from there, blend it, smelt it, turn it into steel, send it through this way. No clue how much steel we are going to need eventually. But if we keep it kind of out the way from all of this business, we can just run a belt of it in when needs be. That makes sense. We're going to need to make some crushers then. What do we need to make crushers? Crushers, I sense, might be something that needs to be thrown into plates, machinery parts, electronic components. That's a prime candidate for being going in our little make all section, isn't it? Get some crushers made. I'm automating smelters, and so if we're automating smelters, we probably need to automate crushers as well. Because actually, this ore refinement we're going to want to use ASAP as well. We're going to want to take the ore, and we're going to need to take the rubble and turn it into ore first, and then smelt it. We're going to want to add a crushing step. Yeah, we're going to want to add a crushing step in. This actually means I'm really happy the way that I've done this, that I've not directly inserted from these things straight into here. I like the fact that it's put on a belt first. That means I can take it off somewhere, crush it, and then send it back into the smelters. I could have just gone boop straight in, but that would have meant I'd have to have undone all of that, which would have been annoying. Getting places. Getting there. Just got to wait for steel production to finish. Should we maybe prep a little area? Prep an additional machine to make some... Okay, I've also realised what I should have done with this belt. I should have sunken this belt, shouldn't I? This belt should have gone down. And we should have brought it up here. This is one of the long distance belts. Probably should go down. Or up. Either or. Up a good few steps or down a bunch. Because now if we expand this out, it's going to be right in the flipping way. I didn't think about that, but, well, I've thought about it now. we leave a 1 or 2 gap? 2 gap. And you are going to make... Oh, we haven't researched crushers yet. What do crushers need? Plate. Okay, plates, parts, and components. So all 3. Plates, parts, components. This will be crushers. Where's crushers? There we go. Go, gadget, go. Online, producing crushers. Let's make sure we get this belt in place. Gucci! Love that shit. Even before we'd even figured it out. Right. Right. Advanced machine parts are going to need steel beams. We haven't... Oh, that's what we didn't do. We didn't figure out explosives yet, did we? I'm thinking I hang fire on making explosives just simply because I want to also automate biomass. Or I wonder if that's going to... Oh, are explosives going to be some mandatory requirement for digging down and getting this mineral rock, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Right, well, give me these for starters anyway. Let's start doing some more. Let's get some steel on the go. Right. So the smart plan here. These have been separated from the main grid. Do I want to now sort of expand all of this a little bit? It's annoyed me that this is built on a different level to the rest of my factory. I'm wondering if I do something weird and wacky, like bring this all the way out, connect it all up. Although I don't think it's a good idea, but... yeah, so we want to do some steel smelting in this little area here. Music is pretty soothing. It's quite nice little chill background music, you know. I will give it credit. Yeah, I do like. Right, we should be able to bring in some materials from either side here. Make this a bit bigger. Oh, I'm out of platform. We should probably get some research on the go all the same, shouldn't we? To head towards Science Pack 3, what do we need to actually get Science Pack 3? We need this ore refinement. I'm wondering if 2 birds, 1 stone is the best. If I'm gonna have to mix up how we do our mining operations, it's probably worthwhile trying to do that at the same time as we do this steel. Get better value out of the resources ASAP, honestly. Because the last thing, I've got a second pile of xenophorite ore right here, but I really don't want this to run out before I unlock that. Which is not until we get Science 3. So I don't want to overbuild too heavily. I definitely want to make this too wide though, otherwise I will fall off it all the time. This is actually where that walkway would have been. When do we unlock that walkway? I memed on this a minute ago thinking it was probably pointless, but I've just realised this has actually been quite useful for this sort of scenario. Right, let's get some foundations down, give us a big area to work with. Right, so there's a nice big area to work with. That's starting to cover up the most of that square. That's fine. Let's then get 2 types of ore in and get it crushed. Once it's crushed, we can smelt it. If only weeds in the garden were this easy to get rid of. Baking soda's the best one for getting weeds. Getting rid of weeds. I'm led to believe. Did I pick up some? Did I pick up some crushers? I did. How big are these? 2x4x2. Okay, so these are annoyingly a different size again. Of course they are. I don't think I need my scanner on this bar, do we? Let's put crushers in there for now. So here's a crusher. Let's look at it face value. Configure crusher. Crush xenoferrite ignium ore blend. 4 pieces of ore rubble, 2 pieces of ignium ore rubble. Takes 3 seconds to do a crush. And it's going to give us this blend. The blend of which I'm wondering, do we... takes 80 per minute, 40 per minute. Outputs 20 per minute. Now, a full belt, currently a full belt of xenoferrite ore is 160. So a full belt can actually only supply 2 crushers running at full burr. This is steel is really heavy, clearly, isn't it? Steel's really heavy on xenoferrite ore. It's Factorio all again. Sure. Salt. Use salt. Doesn't salt kill anything else it comes into contact with as well? That was the problem. I don't know. Okay, so I don't actually need too many of these crushers because I'm not going to be able to get them running particularly fast either way. Until I upgrade belts and stuff. But I can't really see me ever particularly needing more than 2 of these. 4 of these, maybe. I don't think I'm ever going to need many of these crushers just because of how thirsty they are on this ore. The ferrite ore, 80 per minute it takes, and you're only going to get 2. Yeah, 2. 1 belt coming in is only 2. 1 belt coming in is only 2 crushers supported. How long does it take to smelt steel then? Where's the smelters? Did I not bring any smelters over? Back to our little make everything section. There's miners, there's assemblers. Are these smelters? Smelters, there we go. Some smelters. Some gardening and goal making tips. Who would have thought it, right? Who would have thunk it? Smelter. Do you just make whatever you're given, waiting for an item? Metallurgy, steel. 1 blend takes 6 seconds to presumably make 1 steel beam. So 2. Okay, it takes. Okay. Ratios. This is one of the things I was never good at with these games, is figuring out the ratios. I like me some maths, but the ratios cause me to lose my mind. This is why I make builds that are easily expandable, so when I find a bottleneck, I can just fix it that way. Well, the easy solution here is just always overbuild. Always overbuild. And if you need more, add more. If you need more, add more. Right, let's get some materials in. Make a little 4-way highway. Cheeky little 4-way highway. Let's get a split on some of these. This mining facility. Let's also maybe quickly plan ahead just a little bit for what we might want to do here. We might likely want to circle this entire area with miners at some point, possibly. It's a thought. We might not, but let's make sure we leave space to do it, even if we do want to do it. I have a concern we're going to blitz through this faster than we need anyway. Let's then put a split in at the end here. Right, we've got some ore coming in this way. Let's get another belt coming in this way. That's going to be of this stuff. This is already getting split off in such a weird and wacky amount. This is used significantly less though, so maybe I'm not too bothered about that. Although this is getting spaghetti heaven already. And I don't really need to spaghetti heaven this. The only reason I was splitting this off in different directions is to power these separate areas. I really think I'm just going to have... I think I might make one section here that's just power. Just power. And we can... Then I don't need all of this flipping spaghetti rubbish go into all these little areas. If we just connect it all up into one big one big grid, short term at least, and then eventually we just pave the world. Pave the world. Is that another tomorrow's problem? Is that tomorrow's problem again? This feels like tomorrow's problem again, isn't it? Yeah, this is tomorrow's problem. Let's just take let's just take another split here. We're going to have lots of problems tomorrow. This is often not the best way of playing these games, giving yourself so many tomorrow problems, but sometimes it has to be done. How the hell has that happened? Okay. Spaghetti incoming. Say hello to my spaghetti friend. This is so stupid. Okay, that's there. Why can't I hook you into there? I can, like that. Flipping hell. Right, you run all the way down here. Somewhere-ish. Like here. This is horrendous. Oh, what have I done? Oh, what have I done? Out of sight, out of mind, because this is bastard. Okay. It works. Sometimes it just needs to work. It doesn't always need to be pretty. Sometimes it just needs to work. We will at some point rip all of this up and do it again properly. But that day is not today. Right, there's our two raw... There's our two rubbles. What's this doing here? What are you doing here? That's there for another day. There's our two rubbles. We can crush these rubbles and we can then turn it into steel. This is going to be so thirsty. I don't think we need more than two. So let's put you there and you there and then you there and you there. The great man once said it just works. Right, smash bash, smash bash, output your smashed bash. Output your smashed bash, and then we can put smelting. Crushers. Where's me smelters gone? Smelters. Are these just going to then, if we take this input, you just start making steel. You take 6 seconds to do steel business, 10 per minute. In theory, this is 20, 40 per minute, I think. If it runs at capacity, it's 20 per minute. So that's 40 per minute, meaning we can have 4 smelteries technically making... Okay, so we can Control-C, Control-V this a few times. Control-Q? No. Okay, apparently not. One, 2, 3, 4. 4 steel smelteroonies. Input, 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 input. Move your belt over. Hey presto. Now we've got an output of steel. How's the bus coming along? We're getting there. We had to put a bit of a kink in the old bus because we accidentally found a bunch of mineral rock that was smack bang in the way, which I should have planned for and didn't. So our bus is going up. We've automated 2 sciences now. 2 sciences are fully up operational, and we're working on some steel to slowly work towards the 3rd science. But we're getting some quality of life improvements on the go right now. So there is steel. Actually, that should be the other way around. There's steel. Nah. Oh no, maybe it should actually be the other way around because we want to bring it down here, don't we? Boop. One of the best thing about Foundry is that you can dig tunnels. I did this with my mineral rock node underneath my base. Well, yeah, this is this is down in the ground. I haven't figured out what the logistics are of getting to this yet, and then what I need to do with it after, which is why I've kind of chose to just ignore it for the minute, because I didn't know what it takes to get this. This is just, you know, one of the things of learning the game. My other option right here is I take the steel, I snake my steel up and tag it in over this way. That distance there is shorter than this distance here, but okay. The reality is I don't know where I want to take my steel, but at the moment it's producing. We are making steel. Steel is a go-go. We are seemingly not able to crush enough or mine up enough just yet. Okay. It's getting there. Getting there. What else do we need to get to Science 3? Science 3 requires us to go through piping, high voltage electricity, concrete production. Concrete is where I'm going to learn what I need and where I get. Construction industry? Construction ship ports, steel beams, advanced machine parts, circuit boards, energy cells, polymer boards, maintenance drones. Oh, that sounds so cool. I want construction warehouses, transport ships. This is one thing that I've been questioning. How am I going to get things from A to B later in the game when I need to on bulk? Modular building planner. Please tell me they're blueprints. Okay. Brain, think. Where do I want to send this steel? Well, it's got to go on the bus, isn't it? My bus is going north up here. So I think, even if it's temporarily, I'm going to snake my steel up through this way, wang it through this way, tag it onto the bus over here. Crossing all of these wires, though, makes me feel ill. The reality is I know that these wires, they are going to cross temporarily, but maybe not for long. Because half of this is going to go away before too long, once I turn it into one big power grid. Yeah, I'm very aware that scale is going to be a thing that I'm not... well, I'm expecting it because I've played, you know, Factorio Satisfactory a bunch. I just don't know how it scales as this game is concerned. I might take my steel the scenic route. I'm not sure. What am I going to need the steel for? I wanted steel production up and running. In fact, no, the one thing I want to do now is improve the yield I get from this rubble before smelting it into ferret plates and techno rods. We want to put yeah, okay. I want to divert plans here, don't I? Do I need to make my one big power grid now? I think now might not be a bad time to implement that. I'm stuck with choices. I'm stuck with options. The easier option is to just keep researching stuff. Pipes. Steel beams go into making pipes. Pipe intakes. Allows for fluid handling in your factory. We are not there yet, but I guess we will be soon. Logistics containers lead us on to more logistics containers. Mining speed is mining speed. Office furniture sounds really dull and boring. I don't care. Why would I want to make an office with office plants and tables? I just don't care. Piping leads on to everything else. Right, pipes. Go. To show your status as chief engineer in this absolute shit show of a base. Well, it's not. I'm not giving myself enough credit. I actually think that this so far is beyond beautiful. I just wish I didn't have to put that kink in it. I really wish I didn't have to put that kink in it. Why would you want to make an office? Haven't you heard of that hit new game that simulates you having a job and stacking shelves? It's a supermarket simulator. Yeah, I saw people playing that. I was tempted to give it a go myself. Yeah, I was quite tempted to give that a go. Aha, out of belts. If only we had somewhere we could come to and pick up a bunch of belts. So I think this is where I want to input steel. I think steel is going to go in here somewhere. think steel's going to squeeze itself in there. There's no way I'm not going to need steel for a million things, so let's get it on the bus. Yeah, it's going to come in from this way, which does mean I need to get it from here to here. Do we just run it alongside where the red science is going right now? I think that's probably the plan, isn't it? Get it running where the red science is going, roughly. Steel taking the scenic route as well? I think so. I think so. I'm going to assume there's going to be some better logistical way to move stuff at some point. But until I figure that point out, we're going to go scenic. Scenic route. Why not? I said earlier I probably should have taken this either up or down, but meh. Like a matter transporter. Well, anything really. Anything really, but... Belts don't exactly cost a lot. It's fine. It's fine. The actual only cost implication is that the belt is going to stack up with steel, which in and of itself is quite expensive, but tomorrow's problem. Gotta love a tomorrow's problem situation. What I am going to do once we get to this section though is drop it down out the way of all of this business going on. So let's take it to about here. And then I'm going to drop it down a run or two. Until it's well out the way of this. Our little shopping centre. And then bring it back up. Because I want our shopping centre to be able to expand over it. Pew! As far as the eye can see. Can't find the advanced smelter anywhere. Yeah, this could really do with a search function. Where would advanced smelter be? Advanced steel making, which unlocks the advanced smelter. So just past science 4. So quite a ways in. Quite a ways in. So when we get Crushers 2, we get ignium ore. So we take rubble, turn it into ore, and then we get advanced xenoferrite ignium ore blend, which then means we take the ore, not the rubble. Okay, we need to convert the rubble into ore. It's weird how you take rubble and then put it in a crusher to make the ore. Like, in my mind, rubble is smaller than ore. But it seems to get... It should be like a combiner. You take rubble and you combine it into making the ore. It's weird. It just makes my brain hurt that it seems that seems to be backwards to me. You crushing things makes things smaller, in my opinion, and rubble, it feels in my brain smaller than ore. But whatever. And then tier 2 beams later on down the line as well. Yeah, by the time you've crushed rubble, it should be powder, yeah. Let me grab a drink real quick. Wonder how much data entry work could be reverse engineered to make people pay you to play the game in which they enter data for you. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody's tried to figure that out. There was a massive rise for a while in these sort of NFT style play to earn games. Not so much in Western civilizations, I don't think, but it was a thing certainly for a while. Where the hell am I, and where was I going, and what was I doing? I was here. Right, you have to come over this way somewhat. So in that case, it is that way, isn't it? Steel automated on the bus. Admittedly, it's quite a scenic route to get it on the bus, but no better option yet. Until a better option presents itself, this is what we have to do. Oh no! Oh no! No! Oh no! I fell off me walkway, and now it's all gone horribly wrong. This is why we just need to path everything. Right, steel on the bus. We haven't got any research on the go at the moment, either way. Steel should turn up here soon, TM. Then we're ready to rock and roll. 5th item on the bus. I'm hoping we don't need too much more on here. Although, I sense we probably will. What I want to do, actually, I want to see if I can make... I need to make a ramp up to the top of there. That's going to be a really cool place for me to stand and just go, hey look, this is my factory. Oh hello, what have you got to say? What do you want? High voltage power? Beep boop! Well, I'd have never guessed that's what you had to say.
We're using suboptimal energy generation methods. Only steam turbines provide maximum efficiency. We need to fix that.
Okay. Build 2 boilers and build 2 steam turbines. It's suggesting we level up our power. What? Okay, actually, here's to thinking. We're going to have to go get some water then, surely, to do that. Considering we've twisted our bus to go north, maybe we can have some steam power generation going on over here. Some steam power going on over here. It'll keep it out the way of stuff. We'll do whatever this mineral rock business wants, and we'll keep ploughing forward up this way. There's part of me that thinks I should go out, explore, try and find some more resources before too long as well. This border here is the area which our scanner has scanned. So we've scanned for material, or at least materials that we know how to find. We found something here that we haven't unlocked yet. I'm thinking that's probably an oil deposit or something. That we're probably going to stumble across soon. What else do we now need for science packs? We got the ore refinement. That's probably something we want to do. I almost want to do that before I do this steam stuff, I think. I don't know. I need to check my power situation, actually. High voltage electricity grid. Establish a high voltage grid with power poles, transformers, and industrial power generators. So we get to make power lines, small power poles, plates and components. Plates, components, tech rods. Boilers require pipes, machine parts, and steel beams. Okay, well that's good. We've just got steel up and running then. Steam turbines use a lot of the same as well. Okay, I'm sensing we might be near a point where we start making a second little make everything section for some of these, like, should we call them tier 2 buildings, which we can always put probably here next to what's going on here. We're going to have advanced circuits and stuff going on here, I reckon. We can do another little section like this for like tier 2 stuff. Maybe we can pull some of these materials into this section to make tier 2 variations of them. You can put 4 crushers before your 8 smelters for the first 2 ores. I've just done that. I think the outputs are going to require tier 2 belts. Yeah, I want to look at optimizing my yield. 50% extra plates and rods is going to be really handy. Especially since I think steel is going to... The production of steel is going to absolutely shred the plate supply, and in turn the mining of this stuff, because this is already... I'm really worried that this might be all we have here, which is why I want to make sure I'm using it as efficiently as possible. So turning this rubble into ore before I smelt it now is, I think, going to be useful. So you mathed it to be 4 crushers to power the 8 smelters here. If we then... Okay. So we can take 40 rubble per minute per machine. So yeah, you can produce, and that produces 40 in, 40 out. 40 in, 40 out. So it's not going to need tier 2 belts. 4 crushers will give you 160, which is a single tier 1 belt. That said, actually, how much does each of these smelters... Are we undercooked on half of these in the first place? They can take 20 per minute in. 20 times 8 is 160, so it's still only 1 belt. The smelter output goes to 30. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's true, because because you're outputting 50% more. So yeah, your output belt, to get full use of it at least, would need to go up to a tier 2 output belt there. Yes. But yeah, I definitely need this done ASAP, because this all needs to be not being absorbed in quite... It needs to go through to make steel So what I actually want to do is I want to put my I want to put you somewhere else because you're flipping right in the way. You go through there. Okay, we're gonna spaghetti the shit out of this. You ready? Oh God. This was gonna make I'm gonna make myself sick doing this, but this is actually horrendous. I can't believe I'm doing this. Then we take 6s, inputs, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. So this should then be... Does it look any different? Oh, it looks slightly different. Like all of... Like, it just looks fully orange now. So we've crushed it and apparently somehow made it look more orange than it was before. Okay. So then this will make... This is then... How's this looking to change the ratios here? 20 per minute in, 30 out. So yeah, it's going to actually underperform temporarily until I then change these belts up a level. This is gonna need to upgrade, but the point still stands is that it's now at least going to use this way more efficiently, yet still sending as much of it as needs be through to steel first. I'm not the biggest fan of the fact that steel somehow magically gets priority on this, but I don't know a better way to fix that, really. Yeah, Future Manthi's not going to have questions. Future Manthius is going to hate himself, but, like, you know, it is what it is. It's not broke, don't fix it. And at the moment, it's not broke, so we're not going to fix it. But I've 50% productivity on this basic mining spot, which is very good. I don't really care. I should do it for tech ore. And I should probably just go do it now. If we're gonna... Not that we use these tech rods in any way near the same quantity. But who knows when that will change. And who knows how much is actually in this node. So we are going to repeat the same process. What was it? 4 crushers? God, it really... My decision to have little isolated power grids for all of this stuff is now really driving me nuts. Because all this spaghetti is not needed if I was just to connect everything into one big power grid. But I still worry that one big power grid is a terrible idea. I just haven't quite figured out why I think it's still a terrible idea. Research the power poles. Yeah, that might be wise. Considering it's literally right here. And it's next on our list anyway. Right. Because I want to put my crushers here. I want to put the... I want to put the crushers there. Dog, are you good? Dog's coughing and spluttering. I really should fix techno rods. Maybe I can put this... put them over here. We'll put them over here. We'll just do a bit of a switcheroonie on some belts. We'll put them over here. I'm still to this day really not... I've only got 2 miners over here for this stuff. I've never really needed much more. Let's. Do I have enough? No, I've only got 1 of those on me. Have I got enough to handcraft a few just because I'm here? Because I'm lazy. God, I don't even have the materials to handcraft a couple of these. Let's go get some more crushers. Go restock on some materials actually. Oh my god, look at my inventory situation. Can we destroy sign, destroy railing, destroy paint roller? What other dumb shit do I not want? Destroy door. That's probably it for dumb shit I don't want. Destroy forest seeds. I don't need the ore, do I? I really don't need this much biomass either. I need to find a solution for that. I don't actually need smelters on me, but whatever. Storage containers. Let's restock on those. What are these? Oh, crushers. This is exactly the reason I'm here in the first place. I only need 4 of them, but we'll take 10. Okay. How's high voltage doing? Doing well. Red science interestingly isn't backing up very far. Red Science is hella slow by the looks of things. Is that... Oh my god, Steel's backing up. Steel's doing its thing though, look. Steel's backed up. Steel's here for days. Oh my god, we've got Steel for days. Sure. Maybe that's why nothing's been going down this way. What's the problem here? Why is this not doing a thing? Why are you not doing a thing? What are you missing? Nothing? You're just slow. Okay. Well, that's fine. Plates. Okay. Yeah, distinct lack of plates. Not really that surprising, actually. Distinct lack of plates, that's fine. All this is getting massive priority on plates before any science, that's fine. That's not actually a problem. Right, let's assume that we want 4 around here. Let me extend this out a little bit, because I suspect 1, 2, 3, 4, we probably want something like that for some further mining around this thing. Then once we've got that in place, we want to do some crushing. Down that way. All these belts are going to be backwards. Okay. Yep. You go out this way. Oh, flipping Coccosaurus! I've built it too close. 1, 2, 8. Oh god. Oh god. When it goes wrong, it goes wrong. One there. Right. And we should now still have the problem that... Okay, it's all backed up with current ore, so hopefully that will just filter through. That'll filter through at some point anyway. Also meaning that we absolutely don't need to upgrade this to tier 2 belt because we're not even using what's on the tier 1 belt anyway. That's once again tomorrow's bottleneck. Tier 2 belt on my smelter output managed to solve my plate issue. Yeah, I'm not too fussed about the plate issue right now because it's kind of an artificial problem, mostly because I've just gone and stolen a whole bunch of resources for the little shopping centre. Once that's fully backed up with materials again, the plate situation won't be too tragic, I don't think. It'll all balance itself and fix itself slowly but surely. The fact that it's automated means it will just work. It might not be super efficient, it might not be running at 100%, but it will slowly catch up with itself while I do other things. That's kind of the point. 100% efficiency all the time is great, but while I'm still trying to figure out how the game works anyway, this is fine. This is fine. We should probably get some research on the go all the same. We surely are most of the way there to Science Pack 3 unlocks. Science Pack 3, what does it need? We haven't made advanced machine parts, we haven't made concrete, and we haven't made pipe, so we are significantly far away from actually having this anyway, so I'm not too fussed about even unlocking it at this point. Concrete production allows us... Okay, so this is where we're going to start needing our mineral rock, look. We're going to need to start mining up that mineral rock, I think, now. Mineral rock grows into producing gravel. Mineral rock plus some xenoferrite ore goes into making some cement. Cement and the gravel goes together with some water to make some concrete blocks. Casting machine is also unlocked. Steel beams, advanced machine parts, electronic components. I think it's time to make some advanced machine parts. That seems to be a big bottleneck to our advancement. Some advanced machine parts. Have we even unlocked the ability to make those yet? They're going to be in components, right? Advanced machine parts. We've made steel beams. Steel beams are automated. Steel beams are on the bus. Machine parts we can get our hands on pretty easily. We could make those on site. 2 machine parts going into a 4.5 second craft for advanced machine parts. Okay, that's not terrible. That feels like that's got red circuit vibes all about it. This little area can make some advanced circuits, I reckon, and then feed those potentially back on the bus. Are we at the point where basic, these ones, are these predominantly, are we going to get to the point where these just end up being completely replaced? Electronic components get, no. Maybe this is an upgrade of this. There's going to be an upgrade of this. Okay, there's 2 upgrade paths here. I'm just wondering if we're going to stop needing basic machine parts. Whether once we've made these, we can swap out the row on the bus, cap this off because we're not going to need it anymore. That's always risky, turning something off when it's on the bus. The reason it's on the bus is so that you have access to it whenever you need it. If I turn it off in favour of like tier 2, that could be risky if I then later down the line find something that randomly takes basic machine parts instead of advanced ones. Is that another tomorrow problem thing? I don't know. I don't know. Let's just, out of curiosity, find some stuff that might... Chemical processors, advanced machine parts, circuit boards, electronic components, tech rods. polymer boards, electronic components, advanced machine parts. Yeah, we seem to be getting to the point that once you've made advanced machine parts, you might not need the basic machine parts again for anything else, meaning they can take their place on the belt, on the bus. There's no point taking basic machine parts all the way to the end of your bus if they're not going to be needed for anything. Or there'll be some random dumb shit like that that all of a sudden it is needed for. Okay. I'll figure that out. I'll figure that out. I think, boys and girls, for today, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to go get me some food and think about the next steps here. We've made some progress. We are getting there. Slow and steady. You know, if it was Factorio, we'd have sent rockets by now. But if we were playing Factorio, we'd have sent rockets by now. If it was Satisfactory, we'd be jetpacking about by now. It's I'm taking it slow and steady because I'm trying to figure it out as we go along, even though there are seemingly lots of similarities. Tomorrow, I guess the plan of action tomorrow is going to be to put the components we need together to get Science 3 on the go. Do a little bit of mineral rock mining. Probably see what we can... I sense oil or some sort of liquid production is coming next. Maybe I might off-stream do some TL, you know, some tender loving care, some maintenance, rather than like advancements. For example, I might sort of unify our little area, platform area. That said, that's going to take up a huge amount of building blocks, which might not be worth it at this point, because if it works, it works. We'll see, we'll see. Boys and girls, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you all for joining. Tomorrow, technically, in World of Warcraft, is 10.2.7. Meaning we might wombo combo a little bit tomorrow. See what happens. I'm never afraid of doing a double stream on a Wednesday anyway. It's the day of the week where I often sort of schedule in potential for double streams. We might play some Foundry in the morning, then go take a look at World of Warcraft in the evening, or maybe even vice versa, I don't know. Except if a War Within Alpha access appears, I suppose. Well, yes. Yes. If we get access to the Alpha at any point, we will drop everything that we're doing, and we'll go play Alpha. We'll start figuring stuff out in serious forms over there. That will definitely be a plan if that happens, but I'm not holding my breath for that. I have no suspicion or no inclination that I'm going to get access to the Alpha, so is what it is. But enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you all for joining once again. Come say hi over on the Discord, and yeah, I'll catch you all next time. Peace.